and the Formula 3s. So Formula 50 is based around the Rotax 503 engines, twin-cylinder air-cooled. It's been around for many, many years. But the important element to this particular category is that they're only allowed to use the engine in its standard format, and so no special carbs or exhausts. So pretty much as it comes out the box. There are some small changes you can make. You can free air cool it. That means taking the cooling fan off, and you can turn the heads round. For those technical enough to understand that. But they're only allowed to use the one fan to provide lift and thrust, and there is also an added element to this particular category, and it's only specific to this category, and that is that there is a weight restriction. So the craft and driver are weighed, so that's pretty much it. Skirt design, hull design is all down to the driver. And so that's Formula 50. Formula 3 is if you're using a two-stroke, then it's under 450cc air-cooled and under 250cc water-cooled, and if you're using a four-stroke, then it's under 500cc. And the grid formation for today, there'll be a 4-3-4-3. The fact that we've got two formulas out here, the Formula 50s will go at the front and the Formula 3s at the back. And the start for each race will be in a set of traffic lights, which you can see down by the two flags flying there, the Union flags. Now that is the start-finish line. So dropping into position now on the front row, in pole position, 43, Josh Morales, the current world champion in Formula 50. Alongside him is 72, and that is Kian Olner. Just waiting to go into position is number 81, Nick Drew. The orange and black craft, he'll drop into third spot on the front row. And already there in the second row is number 86, Ben Lambert. And then row 3 for the Formula 50s. Already there, number 50. And that's Richard Worthington. Then 115, Craig Emery. Craig, a fairly local driver, if I've got that right. And then alongside Craig is Just trying to see the number, make sure I've got that right. I think that's going to be number 98, and that is Serena Hackett this time. Right, the Formula 3s further back. We got 147 Howard Ash. Or is it? No, it's going to be Nathan Ash's son. So Nathan out in that one, 147. Had a complete rebuild on that thrust unit to do from a previous race meeting. So fingers crossed that all goes well. Alongside Nathan in 147 is 135, Charlie Clark, Team Nationwide Fire. And then completing that row is 169 for the Rhodes Turnbull Racing Team, and that is Kerris Rhodes. And then further back, we got 167, Nancy Devlin. So coming back to the Formula 50s, on the front row there is 57, Dave Elston, in fourth spot. Well, I'm not quite sure why, but the drivers have been called together, so I think the race director's got a bit fed up with having to put posts back in, so maybe a stern word to the drivers. The course markers are not there to be driven over. But I'm just going to have an earwig to this. And completing row 2 is 117, Elliot Folland. Yeah, so the drivers getting a bit of a talking to by the race director there about the bendy posts. They're not there to be driven over, and so just a bit of a warning to all the drivers there. Right, the 2-minute board has now gone up, so 2 minutes away from the start. So don't forget, 8 laps. So 15 craft in this race. Vast majority of Formula 50s, the ones at the front, further back the Formula 3s. Oh, and we're on hold. So there's a small delay somewhere. It looks as though it may be an issue with the timing system. So we do have electronic lap scoring now that's been developed over the last few years, and there may be an issue with that at the moment. I'm hearing over the radio. So the data that I see on my screen now is much more well, intense for me, because there's a lot more data to look at. So those that have been before and looked at previous race meetings here and seen the racing back, you've now got a whole load of data on the screen as well to look at. We've got the lap times and fastest laps, etc., etc. So that is all being currently developed. Now, I mentioned earlier about the Formula 50s. Well, this Formula 50 race, you can hire a Formula 50 craft now. So if you've come along today and you think, oh, mind having a go at this, then that option is available. I suspect not this weekend, but the availability, if you're looking for next year, probably, then if you go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, then you'll be able to find the information on there. It's called Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. It's organised by the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain. You can just Google that anyway. Or if you want to send a direct email to info@hovercraft.org.uk. The prices for this year, if you want to race for one day, so that's 2 novice races, it will be novice race you'll be going out in. The craft is supplied, fueled up, and you just need to bring obviously the crash helmet and any appropriate clothing. Price for one day, £275. If you want to do 2 days, £460. That's the prices for this year. So if you're thinking about it for next year, then get your inquiry in quick. It's been taken up quite well this year. Right, we're back on the 2-minute board now. And we're now on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from the start. Oh, not a good start for Elliot Follen. The engine's running, but it's been pulled off to one side, right in front of my media trailer. So 117 at the moment with an issue. Coming up to the light sequence very shortly now. And we're on the lights and we are go. And 43, Josh Morales away with a flyer. He's being chased by 81 but also 72 as they go into the first turn and up the rise and into the chicane section. So I'm now following it on the camera. They're out of my view. So 43, Josh Morales is the current leader with 81 Nick Dure on his tail, then 72 Kian Olner, then 57 Dave Elston, then 51 George Olner, I think. Then Ben Lambert, Richie Worthington. Well, 117 trying to get back out into the race. No, he's stopped his engines right in front of me here at the at my commentary. He's having another go. Well, it looks like he might be getting out into the race. He's going to have to be quick because the front runners are coming round very shortly. Yeah, he's away. So he's a couple of laps down. So, crossing the line. 43, Josh Morales with a small lead. 81, Nick Drew still within striking distance. The gap between first and second, 5.2 seconds. Oh no, sorry, 2.39 seconds. Looking at the Formula 3s, the lead Formula 3 craft is 135, Dan Turnbull. Then 147, Nathan Ash. Then Keris Rhodes. Then Nancy Devlin in fourth. That's the Formula 3s. So round the paddock turn, here comes our leader, the world champion, 43, Josh Morales. The two front runners pulling away now. I've lost Kian Olner. So Kian Olner, I've lost Kian Olner. So there he is. He's just coming out of the lake. His engine has stopped. They're trying to get it restarted. So Kian Olner currently out of the race. They're trying to get it restarted. That's just as he came out of the lake. So it is now with 3 laps gone. Josh Morales the leader, Nick Drew second, 81. Third is now 57, Dave Elston. Fourth is 51, Georgia Olner. So our leader goes through, 4 laps gone. Nick Drew still on his tail, 2.04 seconds. So Nick Drew definitely staying in charge, if not closing down the gap to the leader. So the battle is on for that first spot. Here's the cap battle for third and fourth. It's between Dave Elson 57 and Georgia Olner 51. The gap between those two, 1.22 seconds. And 5 laps gone now. Our leader's gone through, and Nick Drew's lost some ground on that last lap. Oh, a whole fistful of time. 6.86 seconds now, Nick Drew. So he's obviously got caught up with some back markers or traffic on that last lap. So our lead Formula 3 craft, Dan Turnbull 135, is actually up 5th overall, but our lead Formula 3 craft. Keris Rhodes just gone through in 2nd spot for the Formula 3s, 169. And 6 laps gone now. Josh Morales, number 43, the world champion, pulling away. Nick Drew comes through. How far behind is he now? 9.76. So Nick Drew's lost the momentum on the last couple of laps. And Nick Drew, well, he's still in a solid second. Dave Elston coming through in third. He's still got Georgia Olner on his tail. 1.66 seconds between 57 and 51. And then we got the lead F3 craft, Dan Turnbull 135. We got 169 on the lake, Kerris Rhodes. She stopped. So Kerris Rhodes, 169, the F3, currently stopped on the lake. Seven laps gone now. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. The gap to second spot. Nick Drew goes through 8.46 seconds now. Dave Elston goes through in third. What's the gap this time? 1.92 seconds to Georgia Olner in fourth. So the gap has opened very marginally with 1 lap to go. That's the battle for third and fourth. Out the lake for the last time, a world champion. Well clear now, just to run to the line. Here we go. Josh Morales, 43, takes the win. And 81 goes through the line. Nick Drew taking second, dropping back even further, but in a solid second, 10.87 seconds. We're looking for third now. It should be Dave Elston. Here he comes around the paddock turn. Dave Elston takes third, and Georgia Olner, number 51, close but not quite close enough. She pulled the gap back, but it was still 1.2 seconds. And our lead and winner for the Formula 3 is 135, Dan Turnbull. Coming through in fifth for the Formula 50s, Ben Lambert, 86, then Richard Worthington, 50, then Reed Barnes, 79, then 115, Craig Emery, then 98, Serena Hackett, then 72, Elliot Folland. So back to the Formula 3s. Dan Turnbull took that 135. So he gets first, second, goes to Kerris, 169. And, well, I'm looking back, I can't see how many laps they did, but Nathan Ash, 147, and 167, Nancy Devlin, a long way back. So I have a feeling they may be stopped on track somewhere. So our next group up will be the Colts, and they're already starting to line up in the paddock exit. And Kerris Rhodes being taken out of the lake there. Marshals will be loading it up onto the trailer very shortly. 72. Kian Olner also there. Just a few meters away at the exit to the water. He's also stopped. Looks like the recovery team are going to be a bit busy in between this last race and the Colts. So I'm going to take the opportunity of whizzing up to you members of the public and see if you've got any questions. And I've got some flyers here for a competition. I've also got some cards, picture cards of the drivers. Not many, but I do have a few, so if the kids want them, I'm going to be up there shortly because we've got a few minutes now before the next start of the next race by the looks of it. Right, okay, I've just been given an update from our media team that, as I mentioned earlier, the live feed that we're putting out, as we've been doing it for quite a few years, but the information that goes out now, which gives all the lap times and making it there are a few errors today in the information going out, so just bear with us on that. So if you do watch it back and you think, oh, that's the wrong day or the wrong race, yeah, it's a bit of a glitch in the system at the moment. Who would like a card from the number one Formula One craft, the drivers? Any of the kids want a? Oh, there's one. You want? Oh, then I've got a competition flyer if you want to do that. It's and it gives you the opportunity to have a like a corporate type event, up to 6. That's getting ready championships in just over a month's time. I've run out of postcards for the moment. I'm going to try and get some. I'm going to try and get down to the paddock and get some more photo cards for the next break, because a lot of disappointed kids by the looks of it. But if you want to take these flyers away for the QR code. Yeah, so on this competition flyer, it does give our race calendar. So it's got the World Championships dates on there and our last race meeting of the season, which is again at Whittlebury. So World Championships at Whittlebury. If you're wondering where that is, then it's right next to Silverstone. Right, I've got to keep my eye on the craft coming out now. I'm walking along. Does anybody else want one of these? I'm going to get some more cards. If I can get some more cards a bit later. I just need to harass the drivers to give me them. Anybody else want one? Oh. Is anybody's got any questions? Please stick your hand out and I'll see if I can answer. I've only been doing 59 years, so I might know everything. Any hands up anywhere? Anybody got any questions? You know it all. Chips. Is that chips? Yeah. I did hear the burger van's here all day tomorrow, and I think he's here quite late this evening. Be back here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Right, I think I'm going to nip back down. Otherwise, I'm going to be. I've got a question from a very young lady. How old are you? You're 7 years old, and you would like to know how fast they go. Well, a Formula One would be going about 80 miles an hour, and they got no brakes. Oh my goodness, how do they stop? You don't know. You turn it off, you think. Well, not quite, but there are ways of slowing it down quickly. But 80 mile an hour, and they will go from 0 to 60 quicker than most road cars. Do you think your mummy and daddy would be able to race a Formula One craft with their car? No. Okay. Definitely not yours. Oh, oh, bless him. How old are you? 5. So this 5-year-old young man says his parents' cars definitely wouldn't be able to go faster than a Formula One hovercraft because it would break down. There's confidence for you. Don't you love the kids? Right, I'm going to be dashing back, I think. I was going to get caught up here. I'll come back up again if I can a little bit later. Oh, just had a message from my tech team to telling me to come back and have a look at my screen. And so they've been doing updates to the software, and oh, I've got a nice flash grid set up on my screen now, which you'll be able to see at home if you watch it back when you get home tonight. And so, 3 crafts on the grid for this race, and our pole sitter. Let's see, that should be, yeah, it is. Number 98, Philip Charnek. And second spot, 134, Digby Dorman from the Phoenix Racing Team. And completing that front row, number 79, Hayden Allman. So just 3 craft in this colt race. Don't forget, they're only doing 6 laps. They're aged 10 to 13 years of age. Now, there obviously is a restriction on what engines they can run, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they are only allowed to produce a set amount of thrust out the back. So no point in getting an engine that fits the category and then trying to tune it to its max, because ultimately it's the amount of air that comes out the back, and they are checked. So this is a call out to drivers in the paddock. So like the Predator Racing Team or the Beals, etc. If you've got any, oh, and the Trustlers, if you've got any photo cards, I'd appreciate somebody getting some up to me. I've run out completely up here. So, oh, that's a new upgrade on my screen. Ooh. So leading the championship is JJ McGavin. Now JJ's not here this year. He's abroad somewhere. Oh, I think it was Canada, so nowhere exciting. He's leading the championship with 420 points. Philip Charnock in second at the moment for the season with 325. Then third spot, Digby Dorman, 282 points. Fourth spot, Hayden Allman, 230 points. And then Jack Watcham, who doesn't come to that many meetings, just 23 points. So that's our Colts. Now, going back many, many years, because we've been racing here 30 plus years. I can't remember the exact number, but I know it's more than 30. We would have been racing juniors, just juniors in those days, up until, I don't know, about 10 years ago. It would have been from 11 to 16. And then just a few years ago, we decided to split the age group up. We do the Colts now, 10 to 13, and then the juniors, 13 to 16. So 6 laps for this race. Directly after this race will be the Formula 2 and the Formula 1's up. So picking up the pace dramatically after this race. Then we'll have the junior race, then the novice race, then the open race before we go for a break. Right, I've just had an update from our race director. The last race, the Formula 50 category, there was a penalty given to number 43, Josh Morales, the world champion. The drivers were warned beforehand that if they started knocking posts down or markers, then they would be penalised. And I've just been informed by the race director. So Josh Morales dropped a lap, so that will dramatically change the results for that race. Looks though we're now on the 2-minute board. So number 1, 3, 4 there. Craft being driven by Digby Dorman. You may spot on the side of the craft that it's got JJ McGavin. Now, JJ does normally race that craft, but as I say, he's on holiday at the moment, and so it's Digby Dorman, his teammate from Phoenix Racing, that's taken up that craft for this weekend, because Digby's got a problem with his own craft. So let's see how it gets on with JJ's. Oh, we're getting a bit of creeping on the front row there, but they're away. So up and over the rise, it is going to be number 98, then 135, then 79. So looking at my screen, waiting for them to chop onto the water as they've gone up the top of the field and then make their way back down. And it is still Philip Charnock, number 98, that's leading. Then 134, Digby Dorman. And 79, Hayden Allman just drops on the water now. So at the end of the first lap, the gap between first and second, 3.98 seconds. So Philip with a small lead at the moment, number 98, then Digby in 134 in second, then Hayden in 79 in third. So let's see what the gap is this time. It's 7.7 seconds between first and second, so that gap opening up. Hayden Allman, 79, goes through in third. Don't forget, this is only 6 laps for this race. As Philip Charnock, number 98, exits the pond there and round the paddock turn. It looks as though he's opening up that gap nicely now to Digby Dorman, 134, just coming out of the lake. Yeah, the gap opening up. It's 10.3 seconds now. Nice clean drop onto the lake for our leader, 98, Philip. With a good lead now, exits the lake and around the paddock turn. And as Philip crosses the line, that's 4 laps gone. And then Digby goes through. The gap has increased for 14.76 seconds now. So just a reminder for those that may be watching at home, certainly on the YouTube stream, the software seems to have thrown a bit of a wobbly at the moment. It's showing it's an open race on day 2, so ignore that, but the drivers and the timing is correct. So 5 laps gone, 1 lap to go now. Digby goes through. There's a fair bit of skirt damage on that rear left corner, and yeah, he's dropped off the pace completely. Just over 20 seconds now behind the leader. So round the paddock turn for the last time. Philip Charnek takes the win, number 98. And second across the line, number 134, Digby Dorman. And 10-minute board's just gone up for the next race. And the next race, we're upping the pace now. Formula 2 and the Formula 1s all out together. So third for the Colts will be 79, Hayden Norman. And Hayden crossing the line. The Formula 2s and the Formula 1s already queuing up at the paddock exit. So 8 laps, just a whole lot quicker. So the Formula 2s up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. There is a 4-stroke in this Formula 2 field, number 89, Pete Symes-Thompson. Formula 1's unlimited capacity, anything goes. You're talking horsepower rather than cc. And Formula One, you could be looking at up to 230 horsepower just for the thrust engine alone. And then, of course, you've got the lift engine. They will top out at around about just over the 80-mile-an-hour mark. I don't think they'll be getting up to that quite on this course. It's quite a sprint course, but probably between 50 and 60. And then I'll see if I can get some data on that later on, actually. And they will out-accelerate most standard road cars from 0 to 60. So that just gives you an idea. Of course, don't forget, none of these craft that are racing here this weekend have got brakes. So it just gives you an idea of the skill the drivers actually have of driving around, especially the F1s, F2s, at the speeds they're doing. Very close action. So as I mentioned earlier, we do have our World Championships and at Whittlebury Park, which is right next to Silverstone. That is the actual World Championships, the 3 days of racing, 21st to the 23rd of August. And many of these craft now just doing their final tweaks in readiness for that. And the one noticeable thing you will notice, which I found out last night, is that a lot of you will know Callum Beale and Conrad Beale, his dad. They race in the #1 craft. They've actually got an identical craft here this weekend for the first time out. Now, Dad, Conrad, has been nursing a shoulder injury, and so he does have to be careful because he wants that to be in good shape for the World Championships. So Conrad will be doing the open races in the identical craft. Well, I say identical, it looks identical, but I suspect there'll be some differences. But Callum, coming out in the #1 craft, he'll go into pole position. Or will he? No, it isn't pole position, it's second spot. Because number 14, Adam Turnbull, takes the #1 spot. So, Adam currently leading the championship in number 14. Very quick off the line. And, but the last race meeting at Rother Valley Country Park, very much a big open lake scenario, and he got caught out with that craft. It's so light that he had trouble actually keeping it down on the ground, and that allowed Callum to take the win at the last event. So let's see what Callum can do this time. So that is the lineup. 14. Oh, I've got to get some information from Callum himself. Right, Callum just dashing over to me as I carry all sorts of useless rubbish in this media trailer. He's just dashed over. He wanted to get his GoPro off and back on again. So something sharp to cut the cable ties, and then a new set of cable ties to put it back on again. So I carry all sorts of useless rubbish in my media trailer. We're on 2 and hold, so that gives me time to run through the grid. The drivers have been brought together again, I think, to reiterate by the race director. You start looking over poles and posts, markers, you're going to get penalised. So, where are we? The grid for the Formula Ones. Pole position, number 14, Adam Turnbull. Second spot, Callum Beale, number 1. Third spot, number 11, local driver, Jake Trussler. Completing the front row. Is he there? No, he's not. So that should have been Aaron Sutton, number 7. Row 2, we got the Formula 2s. 77, George Barnes. 61, Dave Palfrey. 119, Josh Trussler. So we've got the 2 Trussler brothers out there, Josh and Jake, but in different formulas. They're both local drivers. And then on row 3, we got that big 4-stroke, 89, Peter Symes-Thompson. So he's further back purely because he hasn't done as many races this season. Then alongside 89 is 45, Charlie Metcalf, not long out of novices. Well, I say not long out of novices. He had to re-qualify because he hadn't raced for some time. And then we've got a gap that should be 46, Luke Hudson. But then I've got number 59, Oscar Lewington, Formula 2. And then right further back, I've got number... that's going to be Dan Turnbull by the looks of it, number 68 in the Formula 2. So 10 craft on the grid for this race. I've just been informed we've got a drone up in the air. So we've got a drone up now, giving an aerial shot of the grid. So yeah, when you go home and you want to watch replay to this F2 F1 race, we've got a drone up in the air, going to follow this around. So that gives me another view to look at. And we're on the 1 minute board now. 1 minute away from the start. I think we're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Great start by Adam Turnbull. He's into the turn first with Callum Beale right on his tail, then 11 Jake Trussler, then the first of the Formula 2, 77 George Barnes. We'll pick them up as they come through. So still 14, Adam Turnbull leading, 1, Callum Beale second, 11 Jake Trussler third. That's the Formula 1s. Then we get the lead, those three onto the water. Then we get the lead F2, 77 George Barnes. Now I think it's 61 Dave Palfrey. So the gap between first and second, 1.3 seconds. Up to the top of the field. It's still 14-1. They're both doing battle. Oh, Callum Beale all over the back of Adam as they went round the tree at the top of the field there. They snaked their way back to the drop onto the water. Well, Jake Trussler not able to match the pace of the two front runners at the moment, but in a solid third, obviously, in that number 11 craft. Here they go, the two front runners straight across the line. The gap is now 1.36, so just marginally back for Callum, but not much. And looking at the F2s, George Barnes is the lead F2, he's 77, 89 Peter Thompson is 3.7 seconds back from George Barnes. So let's see how that gap develops. With Dan Turnbull 68, only 2.16 seconds behind. So the first three in Formula 2 closely matched there. Right, Callum goes through and the gap 1.12 seconds this time. He takes a slightly different line. They've got back markers now as they go through. Charlie Metcalf, I think, goes a lap down as they get to the top of the field, round the hairpin turn, round by the big tree. Callum putting the pressure on, trying to force Adam into making a mistake. Out of the lake, it's still 14-1. And as they cross the line, the gap is now 0.87. So the gap is closing down. Callum Beale all over the back of Adam, trying to pressure him into making a mistake. That's the two front runners. The third spot in the Formula 1s is still Jake Trussler, number 11. Then we look at the whole rake of Formula 2s. George Barnes goes through 77 in the first. Peter Thompson 89 in second. Third is going to be 68, Dan Turnbull, just crossing the line now. And then it's going to be Josh Trussler, 119, 45, Charlie Metcalf, 61, Dave Palfrey, then 59, Oscar Lewington. In fact, looks like Oscar Lewington is getting caught up for the battle with the lead. And, oh, they cross the line. The gap between first and second, 0.27 seconds now. Callum all over the back and Oscar getting caught up in that battle. Callum scrubs off a little bit of speed as he went up the rise there into the chicane section. He may have lost a little bit of ground with going past Oscar in that Formula 2 craft. Right, as they drop onto the water. Josh Trussler, 119 in that Formula 2, is now caught up in the battle for the lead for the Formula 1s. Adam Turnbull trying to find his way through, and Josh close to the door. Adam's going to fight for it as they cross the line. Adam goes through. Callum goes through. 6 laps gone now, 0.82 seconds, so less than a second between first and second. Well, Jake still in third. He's dropped back quite a bit, 11 seconds. The lead F2 goes through, still George Barnes, the gap to second. There he goes, Peter Thompson, the gap 5 seconds, just over 5 seconds between first and second. Right, out of the lake, the two front runners for Formula 1, nose to tail, as they come round the paddock turn. What is the gap this time? They cross the line. And the gap this, oh, it's opened up very marginally, 1.12 seconds. But 45 Charlie Metcalf getting caught up in that battle. So Callum closing down the gap very slightly as they got to the top of the field there by the big tree. They really way back down towards the lake. This is it, half a lap to go, less than half a lap. Nose to tail as they drop onto the water. Callum's still putting the pressure on. There's going to be a back marker, I think, that's going to come into play here. Will he move into one side? Yes, they do. It's Adam Turnbull that takes the win. Number 14, Callum Bill, number 1, takes second. 0.8 seconds, the gap between first and second. And Jake Trussler, number 11, takes third. Still waiting for the Formula 2s to come through. Here we go. George Barnes, 77, takes first. Second goes to 89, Peter Simons Thompson. Pete was 6.19 seconds back. Third goes to Dan Turnbull, so Dad out in the race and son winning the Formula Ones. Dan Turnbull taking third for the Formula 2s. Fourth goes to 119 Josh Trussler, so again 2 brothers out in the same race. And then behind Josh, 119 is 45 Charlie Metcalf, then 59 Oscar Lewington, and then 61 Dave Palfrey. Right, next group up, we are looking at the junior race. So, juniors aged 13 to 16 years of age. As a general guide, they can use the Formula 3 Speccraft. So, it's they're using a 2-stroke, it's under 450cc air-cooled and under 250cc water cooled. If they're using a 4-stroke, then it's under 500cc. We're also allowed to use the Formula 35 Speccraft. Now there's none here now. There's generally not really anybody running it, so but it is allowed. They use industrial 4-stroke engines with a maximum onboard capacity of 35 horsepower. So forget the cc, it's horsepower. And they have to use industrial air-cooled engines, so typically Briggs & Stratton, and typically they'd use 2 engines rather than 1, but 1 can be used. The fan is also restricted in the RPM that they can run for the thrust. So they're also allowed to use the Formula 50 Speccraft, so that's the based around the Rotax 503 twin-cylinder air-cooled. So, looking at the grid for this race. Our pole sitter for this race is going to be 44 Lily Elston. I think I'm right in saying just recently crowned European Junior Champion. And second spot is 75 Harley Ullman. Third spot 153 Emily Lewington. And then completing the row should be 132 Rudy Dorman. So we'll just wait for that to come out before we run through the rest of the grid. Make sure we're all there. So 8 laps for the juniors. Right, looks as though we're getting a fairly full grid now. 132 is missing though. Oh, there he is. Tried to come out into the grid and the craft has stopped before he's got onto the actual grid. So we'll run through it. Number 44, Lily Elston, is our pole sitter. 75, Harley Allman in second. 153, Emily London is in third. Fourth should be 132, Rudy Dorman. Row 2 is 5, Lucas Rhodes. 82 is James Cooper. And then completing row 2 is 95, Dylan Clark. And on row 3 is number 4, Theo Spedding. Now watch out for Theo. He came into the season late, so hence why he's back there, because he's not accumulated the points. But he is going to be quick. Right, so we got 7 craft on the grid. Well, again, the juniors being called together to tell them that any running over of the markers will be penalised, so they're being cautioned as well. Juniors do tend to be a bit enthusiastic. Right, just going to get an update on where we're at, which hopefully shouldn't be too far away from the start now. Here we go, 2 minutes away from the start now, 2 minutes. So juniors, they do the full 8 laps. And we're 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. And we're away. Well, up to the top of the field and the hairpin turn by the big tree. It looks as though it's Lily Elston. Going to be around there first. And we got a late starter coming out. That's number 132. Yeah, he had problems getting to the grid. That's Rudy Dorman. So Rudy, a late starter, comes out on the lead lap. So let's see if he can play catch up. So around the paddock turn, it's still Lily Elston, 44, but being pressured and overtaken by Theo Spenny, number 4. So Theo coming right from the back to lead the race just at the end of the lap. So Theo Spenny now in first. Lily Elston drops to second, number 44. Third is Lucas Rhodes, number 5. Fourth is 75, Harley Ullman. Fifth is 153, Emily Lewandon. And 6th is 82, James Cooper. And then 7th, 95, Dylan Clark. Looks as though Theo's opened up a gap already. Dropping onto the late, exits the late nice and clean. 44, Lily Elston in second is, well, she's under pressure. Number 5, Lucas Rhodes and Harley Ullman. Not that far behind as they go round the paddock turn. So 2 laps gone. What's the gap between first and second? It is going to be 7.5 seconds. The gap to between second and third is 1.84, then 1.75 between third and fourth. So very close between Lily Elston, 44, 5 Lucas Rhodes, and 75 Harley Ullman. Then that actually not that far behind is Emily Lewandon in 5th, 153, 2.89 seconds. Well, 3 laps gone. The gap now between first and second is 11.83 seconds. Gap really opening up between second and third. That's 2.18. Gap from third to fourth. That's 5 Lucas Rhodes and 75 Harley Ullman. 6.06 seconds now. But Emily Lewandon, 153. And in 5th spot, it's only 1.28 seconds behind Harley. So still definitely a battle on there for a 4th spot. 4 laps gone now. Midpoint of the race. Theo Spedding well and truly clear now of the rest of the field. Lily Elson goes through in second. But Lucas Rose, number 5, just 0.559 seconds behind. So Lucas is within striking distance for sure. So Lily Elston under pressure in second spot. Oh, Lily Elson makes a small mistake as she turns the marker board on the lake. Exits still in second, but she lost a little bit of ground there as they go around the paddock turn. The gap between second, third and fourth, so that's 44, 5 and 75. Not a great deal in it as they cross the line. What's the gap this time? Between Lily and Lucas, it's 0.6 of a second. So it's 44 Lily Elson in second and 5 Lucas Rhodes in third. 0.6 of a second. So, round the paddock turn, the run to the line, Theo Spedding crosses the line, 6 laps gone now. He's our leader. Here comes the three-way battle. Lily Elson 44, 5 Lucas Rhodes, 75 Harley Allman round the paddock turn. Let's see what the gaps are this time. Lily's managed to open it up very slightly. The gap between second and third now 1.6 seconds, but Harley closing the gap down to second. So Harley in 75, 1.27 seconds behind Lucas in number 5. Right, last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Right, where is it with second, third and fourth? It's, not a great deal in it. Lily Elson is leading that group of 3, but Theo Spedding away and gone. Lily in second has got Lucas Rhodes now. No, hang on. Yeah, Lucas Rhodes, number 5 in third in 1.76 seconds. Then Harley Allman in fourth, number 75, just 1.57 seconds back. So there's 3 of them there. That could all change on the last lap. Any small mistake. The run to the line for our leader. Theo Spedding takes the win. So Theo Spedding takes the win. Second across the line, 44 Lily Elson. Third across the line, 5 Lucas Rhodes. Fourth across the line, 75 Harley Allman. And fifth across the line, 153 Emily Lewington. Then we're looking at James Cooper, who's still to come through, 82. Looks like Rudy Dorman. He's gone through, but he was a lap down by the looks of it. At the moment, its sixth spot is 82 James Cooper and seventh is 95 Dylan Clark. And here we go. 95 Dylan Clark does pick up seventh. Right, so we're now moving on to our novice race. Now, novices have to do 15 races before they qualify up, and have to do 10 marshalling duties as well. And I don't think we've got any, what I would say, pure novices here. We've got drivers that are re-qualifying, having let their licence lapse, but I don't think we've got any pure novices. Had them earlier in the season, but they've obviously qualified up. Right, so for this first novice race of the weekend, the grid is very much a case of first come, first served, and then the subsequent races this weekend that will be determined, their grid position will be determined by where they finished in the race. So, in pole position is number 38, Paul Tarpley. I've just been told they're 2 minutes away from the start, so there were a few drivers missing for this. Paul, a previously qualified driver, is coming back into racing. Number 40, actually David Worsdall, is a new novice. He's actually technically qualified up, but he's asked the race director if he can stick with the novices this weekend to build his confidence. It's a very tight circuit. I'm just looking to see who else should be down on my list. And 128 Morgan Watcham should be out there. Dylan Watcham signed on, and Joe Tarpley is also signed on. So, yeah, a few drivers missing off this grid. 8 laps. And we're now 1 minute away from the start. I just realised that Sam O'Sullivan is due to go out as well. 161. So we're away. So we do have a late starter, number 129. That's Dylan Watcham. So Dylan coming out as a late starter. He's on the lead lap, so no major problem. So it's about half a lap down on the leader. That leader just exiting the lake now, number 40, and that is David Worsdell. So you'll notice that David's actually, that craft is decked out in the Red Bull Racing colours. David himself has no connection to Red Bull, but the previous owner does. So he obviously had to get permission to use their colour scheme. So 3 laps gone. David, a good lead. I've just realised that so we've lost Paul Tarpley, number 38. At some point. I've just been informed that there we go. It's on my screen now. He's broken down just as they go up the rise there. So he's made it that far, but no further. So you members of the public can see it. I can't. Apart from on my TV screen, which is now showing me here. So it looks as though give me a close-up shot of him, so it looks as though it's a thrust unit problem. He's certainly looking at the thrust rather than the lift. Been dogged with issues with that engine this season. So, just after this race, we'll be having the open race, open to all the main formulas. Then we'll be going into a break. So we're just over the midpoint in this race. So Dylan Watcham in second. It's almost a complete lap down as I go around the paddock turn. There's David Worsdall. Oh no! Just as I say it, 1, 2, 9. Dylan Watcham breaks down around the paddock turn. So it looks as though we just got the one craft going round David Worsdall. And I've just spotted they give me a close-up shot of the paddock, and it looks as though 138 Joe Tarpley, who's supposed to be out in this race, also still trying to get the engines fired up. So around the paddock turn, David Worsdall, just got to keep it clean. As I say, he has actually qualified. Just took the option of continuing a bit more in the novice races just to boost his confidence before he goes up with the main Formula 2s and obviously the Formula 1s, which is a whole different ball game. So the next group up will be the open race. So we'll have Formula 3s, Formula 50s, Formula 2s, Formula 1s all out together. And David now on his last lap, so 1 lap to go. Now, if you do go away from today and you fancy just looking at some video clips, short ones, rather than the full-blown whole day's racing, then a good place to look at is Hovercraft Racing Reels. So shortened down, that's HRR, and they're on Facebook and Instagram. So HRR, Hovercraft Racing Reels. Lots of footage on there, and they've done interviews in the past as well. So good place if you just want to go and look at some short clips. Of course, you can follow us on Facebook and Instagram as a main club if you search for @official_HCGB. So David completed the full 8 laps. Well, the only one to complete the race in the end, unfortunately. So the craft looks as though they're already starting to line up at the paddock exit to come out for this open race before we go for a break. Right, whilst the craft are coming out onto the grid, I'm going to shoot up to the public section again very quickly. If the kids want to come down, I got some stickers here. They're car stickers, so be quick. These stickers are designed to go into your car window, so here we go. On for you.
Thank you.
On for you. Let's come up this way a bit. Come back up here. There we go. There we go. No, I don't think I'll have enough for that, for two. I've got to get everybody one at the moment. There you go, young man. I might have to go back. Right, hopefully I've got enough. Oh. Oh. Left. I've got some little ones. You want one as well? I'll come back up again. Car window.
Oh, car window.
Yeah, it's not a tattoo.
Oh.
Gosh, trying to tattoo his arm here with a sticker. That's interesting. I'll come back with some more, all right? Right, I'm going to shoot back now. Open race is... Well, at the moment I've got 12 craft on the grid, so I'm going to run through fairly quickly. If I can, I've got number 11 in pole position. Jake Trussler in the Formula 1. I don't think I've actually got a grid sheet for this one. 61 is Katrina Palfrey this time. So taking that daughter taking it out as Formula 2. 117 Elliot Folland in a Formula 50. Row 2 is 45. I think that's going to be Charlie Moore this time, not Charlie Metcalf. And then we got 3 Cy Francis in the Formula 1. He wasn't out in the Formula 1 race, so he's obviously had an issue. Row 3. I'm going to have to take a wander down there. Oh, We're 2 minutes away from the start. And I just spotted, oh, that looks like Kerris Rhodes in 169, the Formula 3. And I see the number 1 Crafts there. Who's going to be? Yes, it is going to be Conrad Bill. So Conrad Bill in the green, number 1. That's the brand spanking new craft that they're getting prepped ready for the World Championships. Alongside him is 81 Nick Drew. Further back, we've got other craft. I'm going to have to come back to those as they start the race. And we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. So watch out for Conrad Bill this time. Dad's out in the number 1 craft, brand new, not raced yet. That particular craft, Conrad, a former world, European and UK champion. He is nursing a bit of a shoulder injury, so may not push that craft to its full extent. Here we go, we're coming up to the lights. And we are away. Right, they're all up and over the rise, clean by the looks of it. The grid is cleared. Looking down to the lake. It is still 11 Jake Truster, the Formula 1. Pushing it hard, gets the craft up on his side a bit. Then it's Elliot Folland in the Formula 50, 117. And then Katrina Palfrey, 61. Then 53. Then, oh, not sure who that was, 45. I'll pick them up as it comes through. Well, I've been saying Katrina Palfrey. She's actually, that was her maiden name. Katrina Hall, 61. Not so used to saying her maiden name. So, the running order, 11, 117, 61, 3, 53, 45, 81, 98, 115, 1, 169, then 7. So our leader exits the lake. He's already up amongst the back markers, putting them a lap down round the paddock turn. Conrad Beale swings wide. Lesson through. He looks as though he's very much a case of in cruise mode, running that engine. 53 is just pulled off to one side, just the other side of the track to me. That's Jamie Lewington. Looks as though that's an engine issue rather than anything else. The engine's still running, but quite clearly not happy. So the last time through, the gap between first and second, that was the Formula 1 and the Formula 50, was 25 and a half seconds. What is it this time? Well, the lead craft goes through. Jake Trustle, number 11, 4 laps completed, so we're midpoint in the race. Oh, 115 comes out of the lake, heads towards the paddock turn, and the race is stopped. So 115, Craig Emery exits the lake, and I'm not quite sure what happened. I saw it on my screen just as it was happening, so I didn't see the lead up to it. But he's definitely out of the craft. He's taken a tumble. But what caused it, I'm not sure. Well, feedback from my camera crew is that it looked as though nobody else was involved, so it may have he just landed wrong and it spat him out. So that race result will stand, I believe. I'll just wait for confirmation of that, but I believe that was 4 laps gone. So looking at the time, our program was due to start again at 3:30, but I believe that will be delayed very slightly to give our marshals a bit of time to have a rest. We're standing out in this heat. Okay, so that was race over. They've done enough laps, so there's no rerun. So drivers, mechanics in the paddock, there is no rerun. So race complete. So I'm just waiting for an update now from our race director to give me a time for when we're going to restart again. Well, just waiting for a confirmation of the restart time.
Are going for a break, and
Yeah.
it will be 10-minute board at 3:50.
Okay. So I've just had confirmation that our next race will start at 4 o'clock. So next race will start at 4 o'clock. So members of the public, if you do want to come down into the paddock area and have a look around, for those of you that have got those postcards of the drivers, if you fancy finding the drivers and getting the autograph, I'm sure they'll be happy to do that. So I'll be closing the paddock off again at 3:45. Now, just a few reminders. It is strictly a no smoking zone in the paddock area, and that includes e-cigarettes. And if you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Watch out for those hot exhausts. Right, I'm going to come up with some more stickers for the kids whilst we're in this bit of a lull. So I've only got a few more left. So it'll be a case of you might be lucky, you might not be. So I'll just pop up in a moment and see you all. If anybody's got any questions whilst I'm up there, please put your hands up and I'll see if I can answer. The incident we just happened, the driver came out of the craft. I'm just looking there. You probably didn't see that because it's behind the trees. So the driver came out of the craft. It looks as though he's walked back to the paddock, so no major dramas there. So the driver should be all right. I suspect there was no damage to the craft, so driver probably just a few bruises. So hopefully we'll see him out again later. Right. I've got the last of the stickers. These are car stickers. They go inside your window. They're not tattoos, as somebody thought earlier. And I've got these competition QR codes as well that have got the race calendar on the back if adults want those. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Right, okay, got a signal. Anybody questions? More than happy to answer. I'll just have a wander along here. I've still got these flyers with the QR code for the competition if you fancy that. It's a £5 to enter, and it's a hovercraft experience for up to 6 people. So if you fancy entering that, that is going to be drawn at our World Championships towards the end of August. So if you fancy that. You made eye contact with me, that's terrible. So if anybody's got any questions, right? As I said, we're going to start racing again at 4 o'clock. Craft will be coming out onto the grid at 10:02. Right, so the craft coming past you now, just a bit of inside information. That is an all-electric hovercraft. It's the most advanced in the world. It's actually built, I'm proud to say, by my brother. And it's a twin motor craft. It's still very much in its development stages. It has been here for the last few years. Each time it gets better, more improvement. And so he's doing some more testing this weekend. So all electric, developed really not as a racing craft, although I suspect at some point in the future, as technology moves on, that will possibly happen. It's a bit like electric, the e-car racing. That's come on leaps and bounds, but of course that's got loads and loads of money available to develop that, whereas this is just my brother's bank account. So yeah, takes a bit long. If you are interested in that, if you go to, I've got to try and remember it now, e-hovercraft, might be .com, then you can see the videos of that craft operating in different environments and more information about the craft itself. So if you want to look at that sort of electrical side of things, take a look at that, go to Google, e-hovercraft. Testing 1, 2. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 1:45. So any members of the public that are in the paddock area, can you please start making your way back to the area shortly? In the next few minutes, the craft will be coming out onto the grid at about 10:02, and the race start will be at 4 o'clock. So race start at 4 o'clock. Any members of the public in the paddock area, can you finish off now, please, and make your way back to the public viewing area? This is the final call. Any members of the public in the paddock area, can you please now make your way back to the public viewing area? The craft will be coming out onto the grid in a couple of minutes. First race up will be the Formula 50s and Formula 3s combined. That's the 10-minute siren gone up now, so just under 10 minutes now from the start of the next race. That'll be the Formula 50s and the Formula 3s. So for those of you who may not have been here earlier, when we started the racing, I'll run through the formulas as they come up into the group. We've got 6 races now before we complete today's racing. Don't forget, we are here again tomorrow. And the grid forming up now. We've got 2 formulas coming out, the Formula 50s and the Formula 3s. So the Formula 50, based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin cylinder, air-cooled, 50 horsepower, 500cc. It's been around for donkey's years. The important element to this category is that they are not allowed to tune the engine, so no special carbs or exhausts. So pretty much as it comes out of the box. There's some small changes that can be made, but they are small. The hull design is entirely up to the driver. They're only allowed to use the one fan to provide lift and thrust, and there is also a weight restriction on this category as well. So in theory, they're all on a level playing field. In practice, somewhat different. So that's the Formula 50s. The Formula 3s, we're looking at, if you're running the 2-stroke, it's under 450cc air-cooled or under 250cc water-cooled. And if it's a 4-stroke, then it's under 500cc. Right, so let's run through the grid. So in pole position is 81 Nick Drew. Now, for those of you who were here earlier and thinking, why isn't it number 43, Josh Morales, the world champion? He was docked a lap because of an infringement where he cut the course and ran over a marker. So the drivers were made, it was made quite clear to the drivers this morning, any infringement like that, and they would lose either a lap or points. So Nick Drew taking up that pole position. Second spot, Dave Elson, 57. Third spot is 51, and that's Georgia Olner. And then completing the front row, 135, Dan Turnbull. And Dan is in a Formula 3. So Formula 3 on the front row with the F50s. Row 2, we've got 86 Ben Lambert, Formula 50. And then number 50 in the Formula 50, Richard Worthington. And then completing row 2 is number 79 in the Formula 50, Ree Barnes. And that sounds like a 2-minute board. Row 3, we got 43 Josh Morales in the Formula 50, the world champion. So watch out for him trying to get back out to the front again. Alongside him is 98 Maciek Uckman in the Formula 50. Now there's one craft missing, 115 Craig Emery. He was the one that had the tumble earlier, so I'm not quite sure why he's not out. I don't think it was anything major, but he's certainly not on the grid. Alongside 98 is 117 Elliot Follins in the Formula 50. And then we go to row 4, Keris Rhodes in 169 in the Formula 3. Kian Olner, 72 in the Formula 50. 147 Nathan Ash in the Formula 3. And that completes that row. And then on row 5, we got 167 in the Formula 3, Nancy Devlin. Well, we were on the 2-minute board. It looks as though we went onto a very brief hold, but it looks as though we might be going back onto the 2-minute board again very shortly. So don't forget, we are putting out a live feed this weekend. Just a heads up that we've had a bit of issues with the information going on the screen. The lap chart times are fine, but sometimes it will tell you it's the wrong race or the wrong day, etc. But fundamentally, the racing will be there. And obviously tomorrow, if you can't make it, you can catch up during the week or watch it at home. Yeah, so that's the live feed. If you put in Gang Warily in YouTube 2026 Hovercraft Racing, something like that, that should pick it up. Right, we're back on the 2-minute board. 8 laps for all the races apart from the Colts, who will only do 6. It looks like we've already gone onto the 1 minute board. So it looks like we've got 14 craft on the grid for this race. And we're on the lights. Here we go. Great start by Nick Drew, number 81, with Dave Olsen, 57, tucked in behind. But I think Elliot Folland also got off to a great start. Let's see as they go over the rise. They've all made it up and the grid has cleared. So it is Nick Drew, 81, that's still our leader. Then Dave Elston, 57. Then I think that's Elliot Folland as they drop onto the lake. It's 81, 57, 51. And then the first of the Formula 3s, 135, Dan Turnbull. So the gap between first and second is 4.8 seconds. I'm looking for Josh Morales. Here he is, 5 in 5th spot, number 43. So he started lower, further back and making his way up through the field. Let's see if he can catch the leader by the end. That is still Nick Drew, 81. Well, it looks like Nick. Oh, Nick opening up that gap, but made a mistake. Got it sidewards and scrubbed off a whole lot of speed, and only just made it round the marker boy. So Josh Morales still in 5th spot, and Kian Olner, number 72, stopped on the lake and trying to pull the engine over, and I got a sneak suspicion that may have seized the way he was trying to pull it, and it wasn't having it at all. So Kian Olner looks like he's out of the race. He's currently floating on the lake. And I think Georgia Olner stopped as well, 51. I think that's 51, Georgia Olner. I've seen on my screen the turn just after the big tree at the top of the hill, and I see another craft out, and that is Nick Drew. I think that's Nick Drew, 81, just before the drop onto the water. So our new leader is 57, Dave Elston. So Dave Elston, 57, is our new leader. Second for the Formula 50s is now Josh Morales, and well, then it's 15, Richard Worthington. I think that might be wrong because the Dan Turnbull went through and he's missing off my screen, so I think that order after Josh Morales might be wrong. Yeah, I can see Nick Drew in the distance there, the other side of the lake, stopped to one side. Not quite sure what the issue is. I'm not sure whether our camera crew can zoom in to actually see what's going on. Yeah, they're zoomed in. Doesn't look as though there's any major activity, so Nick Drew out of the race. The craft has just stopped, and Nick Drew not attempting to do anything with it, so Nick Drew completely out of the race, number 81. So, our running order at the moment, Dave Elston is our new leader, 57, Josh Morales, 43 in second. And gap from first to second is now very close. They're coming up to complete 5 laps around the paddock turn now. Dave with some skirt damage on that front left corner. I don't think he's going to hold off the world champion for much longer as they run through past me. The gap was 0.49 of a second, so just under half a second between first and second. Looks like Dave Elston's, I think, is still holding on to that first spot. Round the turn, the big tree, and Josh Morales goes for the move. Oh, he's made a dog's dinner of it. Oh, Josh Morales, just before the drop on the water, there was a turn, and he headed off into the long grass. Dave Elston escapes, and he continues on, still leading the race. So Josh Morales tried to make the move on the inside. It looked as though it was going to be good, but his front end of the craft just caught the long grass, spun him round completely, and well, he's still got a couple of more laps to go because 6 laps completed now for our leader. And Josh Morales is 4 seconds, just a tad over 4 seconds behind the leader now. So we just under 2 laps to go. I think that might be a bit of a challenge. Third spot for the Formula 50, still 50, Richard Worthington, then Elliott Folland 117, then Ben Lambert 86. I'm not sure where Dan Turnbull is. I think his tag, I've lost his tag information, so I think he's leading the race, but yeah, he's still out there, but his tag isn't showing, so right, here we go, 1 lap to go. The race is on. Dave Elston still leading, but Josh Morales is on his tail as they went past me. They weave up through the chicane section, round the turn at the top of the field, round by the big tree. They drop back down again and weave down. This is where it all went wrong for Josh on the last 2 laps ago. He goes for the outside this time rather than the inside. Dave holding it tight as they drop onto the water. Here we go. Onto the lake. It's Dave Elston, 57, still holding off 43 Josh Morales. They exit the lake. It's still 57-43. Round the paddock turn now. This is going to be the run to the line. Dave Elston still holding on to that lead, but it is going to be tight. Oh, Dave has... Oh, he's lost it. Josh Morales. Oh, I think he found a turbo button somewhere and he squeezed through on the inside. It was a clean pass. Got past Dave Elston, round the paddock turn and took the win. And, well, Dave Elston pipped at the line there. My screen is showing Richard Worthington, number 50 in third. Fourth, 117, Elliott Folland. Fifth is 86, Ben Lambert. And now I think it's Reed Barnes, 79. Then Maciek Uckerman, number 98. Then, yeah, we got a whole load of craft dropped out. Nick Drew, Georgia Olner, Kian Olner. Coming back to the Formula 3s, I don't have the tag information for Dan Turnbull, but I'm pretty sure he won the race. So that's subject to confirmation. If that is the case, then Nathan Ash 147 took second for Formula 3s, and third goes to Keris Rhodes 169, and fourth goes to 167 Nancy Devlin. Well, that all changed with probably just over 100 yards, 100 metres to go around that paddock turn. That's where Josh Morales, world champion, just managed to get the tight line round the paddock turn and squeeze past Dave Olsen, who must have left enough of a door open. And Josh said, "Thank you very much, I'm coming through." So next race up, we are looking at the Colts. So age 10 to 13 years of age. Now the Colts are only doing 6 laps. And I think there's only going to be 3 craft in this particular category. So whilst we're waiting for the Colts, don't forget we are here again tomorrow. Practice starts at 9:45 and our first race is scheduled for 12 o'clock. So if you fancy coming back tomorrow, we'd love to see you again. Just make sure you bring the lovely weather, which shouldn't be too much of a challenge this weekend. And yeah, practice starts 9:45, first race 12 o'clock. So it'll be the same format as today, 2 blocks of racing, 6 races in each block. Well, I just heard over the radio that, as I said before, with the Formula 50s, okay, so Dan Turnbull, who I mentioned didn't have tag information, I just heard over the radio that it's a Formula 3 craft, but it's actually being weighed. I'm not quite sure why, because the Formula 3s don't have a weight restriction, whereas the Formula 50 do. So I'll have to dig a bit deeper on that one and find out what's going on. Looks like we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. Don't forget, just 6 laps for these Colts. So they are restricted in what they can run, engine-wise. There is a list of engines they can use, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they're only allowed to produce a certain amount of thrust. And so that is the limiting factor rather than the engine itself. There's no point getting an engine that fits the category, tuning it to its max, because ultimately, at the end of the day, you can only produce a certain amount of thrust. So you will see on some of the craft, certainly 2 that I can see here, they've got something in front of the fan guard, and that is there to restrict the amount of air that goes in, and therefore ultimately that impacts on the amount of air coming out of the back. So it's an easy way of reducing the amount of thrust coming out the back. So the engine's running it to its peak performance, but the air coming out the back is being restricted by the amount of air going in. So I think it's only 2 of the craft, number 1, 3, 4 and 79 that got that restriction on there. 98 I don't think does. So we're on the 2-minute board now. And that sounds like the 1 minute board. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. 98 off to a great start, but it 134. Looks as though he may have dragged it, out-dragged, going to the, yeah, he has, 134. Digby Dorman is our leader. 98, Philip Charnick is in second. Then Hayden Norman, 79 third. Oh, Digby opening up a small gap there as they come out of the lake. In number 134 for the Phoenix Racing team. And the gap between first and second at the moment is 3.06 seconds. Well, somewhere around the other side, I've missed it. Digby. So Digby, on the previous lap, had I think it was something like 3 seconds lead. It's now 12.5 seconds behind. So Digby clearly with an issue. I obviously missed it out of my view on the far side there. So Digby dropping a lot of time there and a place. So Philip, our new leader, looks like he's well clear. He's just exiting the lake now. The gap now, first to second, 16.6 seconds. Hayden Norman goes through, and Hayden just 11 seconds behind Digby, so keeping on those gaps with 3 laps gone. That means midpoint in the race now, 6 laps for this particular group. Digby with a little bit of skirt damage on that left-hand side. I don't think that's the cause of the loss of pace. The gap now 23 seconds to Philip. Hayden goes through, and Hayden just closing that gap down very marginally. 10.7 seconds now behind Digby with 2 laps to go. So Philip going around the paddock turn there. Comfortable lead. He crosses the line, 1 lap to go now. And Digby really struggling to come out of the lake there, so there's something... I think Hayden may have made a little bit of a mistake coming out the lake as well. Oh, Hayden has closed that gap right down. 1 lap to go. That's just over, a tad over 4 seconds. Hayden is behind Digby now. But our leader coming out the lake for the last time, 98. Philip Charnick from the Rusty Garage Racing Team. Round the paddock turn for the last time. We're onto the line. The win goes to Philip Charnick. Right, looking back for this second spot. Well, it's still Digby Dorman, 134 in second. He's round the paddock turn. As long as he keeps it clean, he should be okay. But Hayden Norman is really close. And Digby Dorman from the Phoenix Racing Team does hold on to that second spot. Hayden Norman's so close in number 79. Just under a second there away from snatching that away from Digby. If another lap, that could have all been completely different. So, next group. We got 2 groups coming out now as a joined race, and that is the Formula 2s and the Formula 1s. So, Formula 2s. Up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. There will be, or there was in the previous race, a 4-stroke out there. That's 89 Peter Simons Thompson. He came through in let's have a look. He came through in second spot in the first race. And then Formula 1's unlimited capacity, anything goes. Forget the CC, we're talking about horsepower. And you're looking at somewhere in the order of 230 horsepower for thrust, up to that. And plus the lift engine. 0 to 60, they'll accelerate most standard road cars, and they'll top out around about just a tad over 80 mile an hour. So we're back up to 8 laps now for this Formula 2 and Formula 1 race. George Barnes first one out, but he'll be dropping into the front row in that Formula 2 craft in 4th spot. Callum Beale, number 1 in the Formula 1, drops into 2nd. And just dropping into pole position now, number 14, Adam Turnbull in the Formula 1. Still waiting for 3rd, there he is, number 11, Jake Trussler, local driver. He'll be dropping into 3rd spot, he's also a Formula 1. His brother is also out here, Josh Trussler, 119. And Josh dropping into 2nd row. He's the number 119 Formula 2. Dan Turnbull 68 also in that 2nd row in the Formula 2. And 89 Peter Symes Thompson in the Formula 2 with that big 4-stroke. Row 3 we got 45 as the Formula 2, Charlie Metcalf. And we've got 59 in the Formula 2, Oscar Lewington. And then 61, Dave Palfrey in the Formula 2. Further back, we're just waiting for number 66, Phil Tattersall, to take up position. Phil, I don't think, made it out in the first race, so I'm not quite sure where he's going to... whether he'll drop onto row 3 or row 4. Oh, in fact, shuffle round anyway. Or is it? Maybe just reposition on the grid. 59 and 61 there. I think it stayed in the same position, just realigned to allow Phil Tattersall, number 66, to take up that 4th spot. Right, we're on the 2-minute board, so 2 minutes away from the start now. We're now on the 1-minute board, 1 minute away from the start. So 11 craft on the grid for this race. We're on the lights. Here we go, and they're away. And Turnbull off to a great start at 14. 1 drops in behind, 11 drops in behind that. They're away. And the grid has cleared. Up to the top end of the field, round by the big tree. They still stay in that order, do they? No. I've just realised that Callum Beale has taken the lead. So that happened just after they left that first turn through the chicane. So Callum Beale, number 1, is our new leader. 14, Adam Turnbull is second. Third is 11, Jake Trussler. Those all Formula Ones. And the lead F2 craft is number 89, Peter Thompson in that big 4-stroke. Then George Barnes, 77. Then 68, Dan Turnbull. That's the Formula 2s. Then Josh Trussler, 119. Then Dave Palfrey, 61. And 59, just before he's about to pass my position, has stopped. So that is Oscar Lewington out of the race by the looks of it. He's not making any major attempt to try and get it fired up again. Back to the front runners. Here we go. Callum Beale, having got past Adam Turnbull, is opening up the gap. The gap is now 2.68 seconds. So, I'm wondering now. So, Callum in that number 1 craft, his dad, they both had identical craft coming into this weekend. Dad had a brand new craft. He took it out in the first race to run the engine in. Have they actually swapped the craft? So, Callum is our leader, out sprinting Adam Turnbull, which is unusual. So, Callum got into the other craft to stretch his legs, because he's now 3.15 seconds ahead of Adam Turnbull. Jay Trussler still in third, number 11. Then the lead F2 craft, 89, Peter Thompson. Then George Barnes in second for the Formula 2s. Number 77, yeah. Then 68, Dan Turnbull in third. Then Josh Trussler fourth, 119. Fifth, 61, Dave Palfrey. 66, Phil Tatchell. And then Charlie Metcalf, 45. And the gap opening up from first to second, 4.59 now. And Jake Trussler, number 11, up the top end of the field there, making his way past the back markers. He's in that Formula 1, don't forget. Callum with a skirt damage. I think he's popped maybe one segment on the side there. Shouldn't be a major problem. We just keep our eye on that. The gap last run through was 4.5 seconds. 5.9. Let's see what it is this time. Oh, 5.727. So the gap is opening from first to second. So over 5 laps gone, our leader comes around the paddock turn to come across the line to complete 6 laps. It's still Callum Beale. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was 5.7. It's now 6.56. So Callum's stretching the legs of that craft and opening up that gap. Jake Truster goes through in third, number 11 for the Formula 1s. The rest all now Formula 2s, 89. Peter Thompson is the lead F2, then 68 Dan Turnbull. And I've just realised I've lost George Barnes, who slept down the field. So second spot for the Formula 2 is now 68 Dan Turnbull. Just been informed that George Barnes, 77, went back into the paddock. So second for the Formula 2, 68 Dan Turnbull. 7 laps gone now, 1 lap to go. They're on the last lap board. Third, 119 now for Josh Trussler for the Formula 2s. Then Phil Tassel, 66. Then Charlie Metcalf, 45. I'm looking for our leader, Callum Beale. Oh, he's in amongst the traffic coming out of the lake, just behind Charlie Metcalf in that Formula 2, and that's allowed Adam Turnbull to close the gap right down onto Callum Beale, but not close enough. Callum sprints away, he takes the win. The gap in the end came right down to 2.11 seconds, and that was because of traffic. So Callum takes the win. Adam Turnbull, number 14, takes second. Jake Chester crosses the line in third. That's the Formula 1s. And 89 at the moment is showing as my lead F2 craft. So he takes first place. There we go, he crosses the line now. Second spot will go to 68 Dan Turnbull. Just crossing the line now. Third at the moment is Josh Trussler at number 119. And then fourth will be 66 Phil Tassel. And fifth will go to 45 Charlie Metcalf. And then sixth goes to 61 Dave Palfrey. And then George Barnes, who returned back to the paddock. So we're bringing the pace down now, but hopefully not the excitement. We've got the juniors up now. So the juniors will be doing full 8 laps. So 8 laps for the juniors. So, having dropped into the grid in that pole position, number 4, Theo Spedding, in the first race today, he was on the last row of the grid. That primarily is down to the fact that he hasn't done so many race meetings. He joined this season a bit late, so still building up those points, but he worked his way from the very back through to win the race. So that's number 4, Theo Spedding. Second spot, 44, Lily Elston, our current European junior champion. And then 75 is Harley Allman. 153, Tyler Reynolds should be on the front row in full spot, but Tyler has started making his way out onto the grid, and they've stopped. So I'm not quite sure whether he's going to actually make it onto the grid. I think they've called for the trailer. Yeah, the trailer. Second row is number 82, James Cooper. And then 95, Dylan Clark. So that's row 2 complete. And then row 3, we should have 132 Rudy Dorman I've got listed, but there's no sign of it at the moment. But we've also got number 5 on row 3, Lucas Rhodes. So 95 and 5, both racing for the Team Nationwide Junior team. Well, at the moment, just 6 craft on the grid. So don't forget, if you go away from today, if it's the first time you've been, then obviously you want more information about the club as a whole, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. That covers the whole of the UK. The branch that's organising this particular event is the Southern branch. We've been here more than 30 years, that's all I can say. Definitely more than 30 years. So it's a regular on our calendar. Our next event here in the UK, we have the World Championships, and that is at Whittlebury Park, and that is right next to Silverstone, literally right next to it. And the date for that event is the actual race days are the 21st to the 23rd of August. So if you fancy coming along to watch the World Championships, 21st to the 23rd of August. And after this round here, which is round, let's see, round 4 of the UK Championships, we've got one more round of the UK Championships, which will be after the World Championships. But again, at Whittlebury Park, we've already been there once earlier in the season. So we finish off our season at Whittlebury Park on the 26th and 27th of September. Well, it sounds as if we might be coming up to the 2-minute board fairly shortly. Right, we're about to go on the 2-minute board. Less than a minute away from the start now. And in fact, we're on the lights. Here we go. And we're away. Oh, Theo Spenning caught napping there. Oh, was that an early start for Lily Elston, 44? And we got a late starter coming out, 153. Finally, they got that craft sorted. So 153 coming out. And that is Tyler Reynolds. Right, I've just heard it over the radio. I suspected so. That was a false start. So, false start for that race. I think Lily Elston was the offender on that one. So they'll be regridded and we'll have another go. Well, I think they're just trying to sort out when 5-3 Tyler Reynolds, who came out as a late starter, so he has to go back to the paddock to start the race from that position again. Right, okay, just a clarification there. over the radio, he will actually start at the back of the grid. So Tyler is going to be returned back to the grid again. Probably totally confused, but I'm sure he'd be happy to start from the back of the grid rather than the paddock exit. Well, 153 has come onto the grid, Tyler Reynolds. But there is another late starter coming out. Trying to work out who that is. I think that might be 132 Rudy Dorman. Right, coming up to the lights, here we go. And clean start this time by the front row, and it's 4, 44, 75, then 82, 5, already moving up past 82, then 153. I'll pick them up as they come through. Go on to the lake first. It is number 4, Theo Spedding, then Lily Elston, 44. Around the paddock turn. First across the line, 1 lap gone. It's Theo Spedding. We're already with a good lead. Then Lily Elston, 44 in second, with Harley Ullman, 75 on the tail. And then 5, Lucas Rhodes. The gap between second and fourth, well, just about 2 seconds. Right, as they come out the lake, it's all closed up. It's still Theo Spedding, number 4. He had a 5.4 second lead, but Lily Elston has closed that gap down round the paddock turn. Here we go. What's the gap? 2.72. Then from Lily to Harley in number 75, 1.189. And Lucas dropping back a bit in that number 5 craft with a 4.46 seconds behind Harley. time for Theo Spedding. Oh, he's made a mistake. He's made a mistake. He ploughed sideways, scrubbed off Holder's speed. He's cut the marker boy. The race director was there, obviously saw it. So Theo Spedding might be leading, but due to an error, cut the corner. And I'm sure there'll be a penalty for that. Lily Elston, 44, is second, still being chased by Harley Allman. The gap between Lily and Harley, 1.51 seconds. And still within striking distance in fourth spot, number 5, Lucas Rhodes, with 3.589 seconds behind. So Theo Spedding making a mistake on the lake there, just at the marker boy, got it sideways, ploughed in, scopped off for the whole of the speed, ended up missing the marker boy. And he's looks as though he's in trouble again. He's missed the marker again. So Theo in real trouble. In fact, he's pulled into the bank, into the reeds. I think he's got skirt damage on the rear left corner that was dragging him around. So our new leader is going to be Lily Elston, number 44. What's the gap this time? 2.19 seconds. From Lily to Harley, Lucas just 4 seconds behind Harley there in number 5. With 4 laps gone, so we're midpoint in the race. So exiting the lake, 44, Lily Elston still in the lead with Harley Allman, 75. Still close behind. The gap last time was 2.19 seconds between the two front runners. Let's see what it is this time. .019 now. So Harley Allman closing that gap down very slightly. Oh dear, 153 on the lake. Tyler Reynolds also with an issue and stopped the engine. There's 2 craft out of the race at the moment. That's Theo Spedding, number 4, and Tyler Reynolds, 153. And I've just noticed that Dylan Clark, 95, has I think has dropped out somewhere. So 44, Lily Elston goes through. What's the gap this time? It's opened up 3.27 seconds. Lucas 4.915 seconds behind Harley. So the first 3 still very much in touch with each other. They're a long way back to James Cooper, number 82 in 4th. 5th is 153, Tyler Reynolds. Well, he stopped on the lake. So it looks as though we've lost 153, 132, number 4 and 95 out of this race. So around the paddock turn, 44 Lily Elston coming through the line. This will be the last lap board. So last lap board is now out. And the gap 2.27 seconds between first and second now. Well, Rudy Dorman, I think, was stopped at one point, has rejoined the race. He's currently in 5th spot. So the run to the checkered flag, round the paddock turn. Lily Elson looks back. Yeah, he's far enough back. Lily Elson, 44, takes the win. Harley Ullman, 75, takes second. The gap in the end, 3.7 seconds. And just waiting for Lucas to come through. There we go. Lucas Rhodes, number 5, comes through in 3rd. And 4th goes to James Cooper, number 82. And 5th will go to 132, Rudy Dorman. Then it's Tyler Reynolds, 153, who's dropped out. 4, Theo Spedding, who also dropped out. And 95, Dylan Clark, also dropped out. Our next group up are the novices. Well, I've just heard feedback on the radio that number 4 and 153 have both had floor failures underneath the craft, and so they're going to have to be obviously repaired and re-scrutinized before they're let out again. So our junior season points, which has just appeared on my screen. Lily Elston is leading the season with 404 points. Harley Ullman with 313. Emily and Tyler Reynolds, they run as a team. They're in 3rd spot with 296. And not that far behind with 283 points is 132 Rudy Dorman. Then in 5th spot is Lucas Rhodes with 274 points. And my screen has just appeared. So I can't run through the rest. Oh, there you go. Pop back again. They were listening to me. So I think I got down to 5th. 6th was James Cooper, 82 with 214. 7th is currently 95, Dylan Clark and Lucas Rhodes. They run as a team with 145 points. 8th is number 4, Theo Spedding with 117 points. And 9th, number 7, Maya Barlow, who's not here this weekend, 47 points. So that's the season points so far for the juniors. So, running through the novices. Novices, I'm not sure how many completely new novices we got out here. Some of them are returning drivers. We've got number 94 here, who's returning after a long time out. I can't remember his track record, but I'm sure he was UK champion at some point in one of the formulas. Number 94, David Kemp. Now, for those of you that go back far enough, age-wise, there was a TV program, and I can't remember what it was called, where you had contestants went on. They did a challenge, and then the people in the studio had to decide whether those people actually achieved the challenge, and if they did achieve the challenge, whether they did it within a certain time. David Kemp was one of those. He drove his craft around a course. That seems fairly straightforward. He had his father on the back, and David was actually blindfolded. So his father behind was actually giving him instructions on how to steer the craft to get round the course. And he did actually achieve it in the time. Right, I've just got somebody coming up to tell me some stories. Right, I just had an update. So number 38, Paul Tarpley, who's on the front row there, he's a returning driver after a few years out, and he's had real problems with his Formula 2 craft. They've got another craft here, which is he's going to go out with his Formula 2 number on. It's way underpowered, but it's a case of him getting out there and getting some qualification points for his novice. So that's Paul Tarpley, number 38. We've got 161, and that is Sam O'Sullivan. Again, another returning driver. I think he just about qualified and then didn't do enough races, so he's re-qualifying. That's the front row. Row 2, we've got 128, Morgan Watcham. And then 94, David Kemp. David actually, I think he still does it, actually works for the Coast Guard, actually driving the Hovercraft for one of the Coast Guard services. So driving a Hovercraft to him is like, yeah, riding a bicycle. He just does it. And so it's good to see him back out racing again. He's been threatening to do it for a few years, but a whole variety of things have prevented him from doing that. Looks so we're coming onto the 2-minute board very shortly. So with the novices, they're allowed to use any of the main Formula craft, but if they do choose to run a Formula 1, which is unusual, then it is restricted in the amount of thrust that they can actually produce out the back. So one more race after this before we finish off the day. Don't forget, we are back here tomorrow. And we're on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from the start now. And we're away. Oh, 128. Squeezed the throttle and obviously didn't quite react to what he's expecting. So he's cruised off the line, but the hand is definitely up. So number 128 quite clearly with an issue, and that's Morgan Watcham. On to the lake first is Paul Tarpley, number 38. Then 161, Sam O'Sullivan. And third spot is number 94, David Kemp. And David looks as though he's taking a very slow line up the hill there. Or up and over that rise. So he went past, he seemed to be fine, but I can see somebody pulling off to one side and maybe returning back to the paddock. I'm not quite sure who that is. That may be, I think that's Morgan Watcham. So 38, Paul Tarpley out of the lake with a good lead now. Well, looking back for a second, and it's looking very empty. So I'm not quite sure where second or third. Oh, I've just heard somebody call for a recovery. That's never a good sound. I think the craft that was going to be recovered actually was Morgan Watcham, I think. He stopped just before he got back to the paddock. So at the moment, it's just Paul Tarpley. Number 38, Sam O'Sullivan seems to have disappeared somewhere, as has 94, David Kemp. Oh, David Kemp up and running again. So, oh! And he bounced it on the ground as a whole load of segments popped out in the front right corner. It also sounded if the engine dropped revs as well. So that may explain why he popped a whole load of segments all in one go there. David Kemp still going. The camera just caught him as he was going up and over the rise and up towards the top of the field by the big tree. It looks so he's still going, but he's clearly got that skirt damage. 161, yeah, the camera's picked him up. Top end of the course, trying to make his way back to the paddock by the looks of it. The engine is still running, but he's struggling. 94, David Kemp onto the lake. That's, there's a whole load of skirt damage there. Really struggling now. on that front right corner. And looks very much as though Sam O'Sullivan, number 161, is going to be going back on the trailer. Doesn't seem to be any frantic efforts to get the craft sorted and fired up. The marshals with them. So just 2 craft going round. Paul Tarpley's now done, 4 laps. So midpoint of the race, David Kemp still struggling on with that skirt damage on that front right corner, number 94. Well, it's just been pointed out that we seem to have lost Paul Tarpley as well. Although he's still shown as the leader, he hasn't been around for some time. So yeah, so all the craft in this race have had issues. So it's very much a case of, I think, who gets across the checkered flag in the end will probably take the win. So David Kemp, well, if he keeps going, he can carry on like this with that skirt damage. He could end up taking the win, because they would be crossing the line with 5 laps gone now, and I think that could see him. Let's see what happens with the. Yeah, David Kemp is now the new leader as he crosses the line. So Paul Tarpley out of the race somewhere. So the craft that David is using, the hull is, the design is called a Primo. It's quite an old design now. Obviously, the craft still works, but technology has moved on a fair bit with skirt design and the airflow underneath the craft. So that craft still, although operational, is still, yeah, it's not quite the match of the modern specification craft. So 6 laps gone. So one more race to go after this one, the open race. Don't forget, we are here again tomorrow, and our racing starts at 12 o'clock if we're on schedule. But practice, if you want to come along to watch the practice, that starts at 9:45. So last lap board out now, 1 lap to go. So poor old Paul Tarpley. He should have been out in his F2 craft. Had trouble with that earlier. He's been dogged with problems with that all season since he returned. He's taken out another craft in this race and had problems with that. So not a good weekend so far. Hopefully they can get that sorted for tomorrow. So our leader coming out the lake for the last time, number 94, David Kemp will take the win. I'll have to try and have a chat with David later and find out how many years it's been since he's actually raced. As I say, he drives Hovercraft all the time for the rescue out on the sea, on the shorelines, etc. So driving a Hovercraft is second nature to him, but it's been quite a few years now since he's actually raced. So we come to our last race of the day, and this is the open race, so open to all the main formulas. So first one out onto the grid, dropping into row 2, number 98, Marcek Ruthman, in a Formula Formula 2, I think that is. Alongside him, Conrad Bill, number 1, in the Formula 1. So they're very much running that craft in. I'm still curious to find out as to whether Callum was in that craft in that first Formula 1 race. See if I can dig a bit on that one a bit later. Meanwhile, our pole setter drops into position. That's number 11, Jake Trussler in the Formula 1. Second spot in a Formula 50 is 117, Elliot Folland. And third spot in Formula 2, number 61, Katrina Hall. So she shares that craft with her dad, Dave Palfrey. Dave does the Formula races and Katrina does the Opens. Now on that front row also should be number 45, Charlie Moore. He's coming through now. He's running the Formula 2. Row 2 should be 81, Nick Drew. But he's not out. Then we got number 1, Conrad Bill. He's there. 98, Marcek Uckman. He's there. Gone through those earlier. Also on row 3 should be 115, Craig Emery, but he took a tumble earlier, so I'll have to find out what's going on there this evening. And we've got also 169, Kerris Road should be there as well. She's missing in the Formula 3. Then we got number 3 is there, the Formula 1 Cy Francis. And then 53, Jamie Lewandon in a Formula 2. And then right at the very back there on row 4 is 119, Josh Trussler in the Formula 2. So we got Josh and Jake Trussler out in this race, 2 brothers. One running the Formula 1 up at the front, and the other one running the Formula 2 at the back. 9 craft on the grid for this last race of the afternoon. Just looking down, other contenders that could have been out there would have been number 7, Abby Beale in the Formula 1. So let's find out why she's not out. Also Luke Hudson, 46. He's in the Formula 2, not out there. Ben Lambert also could have been out in the Formula 15, number 86 there, Ben Lambert. 167, Nancy Devlin could have been out there, but she actually, this weekend, is sharing that craft with Sam O'Sullivan, 161, and Sam went back into the paddock in the last novice race on the trailer. So Nancy obviously not been able to get out into this race because they shared the craft. Right, we are now on the 2-minute board. 2 minutes away from the start. Well, we're less than 1 minute away from the start now. Here we go, we're on the lights and we're away. Jay Trussler off to a great start, number 11 is 45. I've got to make sure I get the right Charlie now. That is Charlie Moore. Drops into second. He teams up with Charlie Metcalf, so it is Charlie Moore this time. Well, already a clear lead. The Formula 1 number 11, Jake Trussler, out of the lake. Just as the second spot is dropping on there, that's 45, Charlie Moore. He's being challenged by 117, Elliot Folland. They come out side by side. It looks like Elliot in that Formula 50 is squeezed past Charlie Moore. Charlie's fighting back and retakes that second spot. So Charlie Moore not giving up. Around the outside is the number 1 craft, Conrad Bill, sweeping past the pair of them. He's shown as third as he crossed the line, but I think he's already up into second. So Jake Trussler goes through. 2 laps gone now. Up into second is Conrad Bill, number 1. As I say, he's running that engine in, so don't expect major performance out of that craft. So he's in second. Then Charlie Moore, 45, in third. Then Elliot Folland, 117. Then 119. Josh Trussler as they come round the paddock turn. And all very tight as they cross the line. And, well, nothing in it. Conrad Bill dropped to third there, just 0.27 seconds behind Charlie Moore. Elliot, 0.5 seconds behind Conrad, and 0.1 of a second Josh Trussler behind Elliot. So, yeah, 4 of them across the line. Pretty much together. And Josh Trussler has moved up to the lake, and Josh Trussler has moved up past Charlie Moore, 45. So Josh Trussler moving from 5th up into 2nd spot. So we've got a Jake Trussler leading and a Josh Trussler in 2nd. Both of them different formulas. Charlie Moore in 45 in 3rd. Elliot Folland 117 in 4th. 5th is 61 Katrina Hole. And then 6th is number 1 Conrad Bill, slipping back down the field. 7th is number 3 Cy Francis. 8th 53 Jamie Lewington, and then 9th, 98, Marcin Uchman. Oh, and number 11, Jake Trussler, just making contact with another craft there, a back marker as they went to go across the line. I think that was Cy Francis. Well, still that battle goes on between number 45, Charlie Moore, and Elliot Folland, 117. So Formula 2 and the Formula 50. Round the paddock turn there, Charlie with yes, one segment popped on that front section. Shouldn't be a major problem. And the gap between 45 and 117 was 0.93 of a second on that last lap. So 7 laps gone. The last lap board is now out for our leader, Jake Trussler. I think he might have actually lapped the rest of the field. His brother's in second, and I think they may have crossed the line pretty much together. Conrad Bill's moved back up into third in that Formula One. Fourth is 117 Elliot Folland. Fifth, Charlie Moore at the moment, 45. Then Katrina Hall, 61. 3, Cy Francis. 53, Jamie Lewin. And 98, Marcek Uthman. There we go. Number 11, Jake Truster takes the win. No, he didn't overtake and lap his brother. He went through just before him. So Jake Truster takes the win. Easy win with that Formula One. There we go. Second spot, crossing the line, goes to Josh Truster in that Formula 2. Third goes to Conrad Bill, number 1. And then it's going to be fourth spot, Elliot Folland, 117. Then fifth, 45, Charlie Moore. 6th, 61, Katrina Hall. 7th, number 3, Cy Francis. 8th, number 53, Jamie Lewandon. And 9th, 98, Marcek Buchmann. Right, that is our racing done for today. Thank you very much for those that have come along to watch today. Hope you've enjoyed it, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Don't forget, practice starts at 9:45. First race scheduled for 12 o'clock. For those of you who watched on the line, I hope you're enjoying the improved service. There are a few glitches still, but the things are gradually developing, and so more graphics on the screen. So those on site here, don't forget, we hope to see you again tomorrow. But if you do go away and you want to find out some more about the club, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. And if you fancy coming along to watch the World Championships, that is on the 21st to the 23rd of August at Whittleby Park, which is right next to Silverstone. Right, I think that's me done for the day. I'm going to sign off. This is me, Barry Oakley, signing off, and we'll catch you all again in the morning.
They'll hold you back a season and make you do nothing.
can't do that. Not doing that. Never come in and get. Okay.